And away we go. Greetings, Eric Brandenburg. It is Independence Day. Happy America Day. Happy Freedom Friday. Today we'll be painting. Well, today I'll be painting an Iron Hands Space Marine. He's already fairly far along. Got to brighten up some values on the white features. Do a little bit of freehanding for the knee pad. I'll probably apply a decal for the clan symbol because I only have one. And I don't feel like freehanding something so intricate. And because I modified his leg, there's not really a knee pad to apply the squad number. So I'm going to have to find a spot for that. Not exactly sure where that should be. I might default to the Firekeeper's little squad number right here. That might end up being something I do. Simona, welcome to the stream. Star Captain, hello, hello. How's everyone doing on this Friday? I hope everyone else has got some hobby mojo going as well. I opted for blue eye lenses for this this particular Marine. I believe it's supposed to be red for the 40k Iron Hands, but I like the cool blue with the cool weapon casings with an off-white. And I'm pretty sure I spotted the new 30k stuff for the Iron Hands, the Saturnine sample color scheme and all of that. I'm pretty sure they had blue eye lenses there, which is pretty... I liked the effect. Eric Brandenburg is grilling. Grilling's a hobby. Grilling's a key skill. Okay, so we're probably going to start with brightening those whites. I'm going to use some white scar. Some white scar, maybe a bit of this Vallejo Sky Gray, which is my new replacement for Celestra Gray. So we'll probably use that, layer that in, and make that weapon casing read a bit more white. Clinch, welcome to the stream. Blue eye lenses are great to differentiate them. Too many black armor chapters with red eyes. True! Oh, Clinch asks, where did I get that bionic leg part? The bionic leg part is... I guess... I think it's from a torsion cannon. I think it's from an AdMech torsion cannon. I got a gaggle of AdMech bits a while ago from a buddy who just throws away his bits. And that's where I got the parts to make this kind of... So, it's not the chunkiest servo arm out there. It's a bit thinner, but I think it's adequate. Yeah, the bionic leg was a bit of a cutting parts until they fit, and then stopping when it looks reasonable. It was one of those jobs. We got a bit of that Space Wolves color here still from earlier this week. Looks like the wet palette's keeping paint alive, which is good. Clinch says, I wish Raven Guard had green eyes, to be honest. Maybe I'll make the... I have a Raven Guard helmet to paint, so... maybe I'll do that. Just like you said, to differentiate them. I'm painting a roster of first founding guys. So we have a Raven Guard helmet to paint here, as you can see. And I want to make him not a veteran. So we'll clean up that. At some point, I'll probably end up doing some edge highlighting on our Blood Angels Marine from earlier this week, because I think it needs edge highlighting. That was a bit lazy, I guess, in the moment. Didn't really want to do the edge highlighting, and now that I saw how the Space Wolf benefited from that edge highlighting, I'm like, it probably should. Probably should benefit the Blood Angel as well. He should be beautiful, right? That's a prerequisite for a Son of Sanguinius, I think. Yeah, so I titled this stream a little bit... Well, I titled it as a question rather than as a statement. And I think that's good practice, generally speaking. Even after the stream is wrapped, I can rename it to something more like Painting Iron Hand's Intercessor or whatever. You know what? This isn't an intercessor, right? Because an intercessor means you can only use bolt rifles, and this is very much a... This is just a Space Marine, which is how they should be. I mean, if you wanted to run him, I guess he could be a Stern Guard veteran, because they are the only Tacticus armored unit that can take heavy bolters now. Weird, there isn't just a versatile heavy weapons team. But that is the timeline where we find ourselves. So I slowly build up these brighter values. I think that's the trick to painting white. Simona says, I got bad news this week. I have been confirmed asthmatic, and I now depend on an inhalator 4 times a day. Oh, geez, Simona, that's... I don't know what to say. That sucks. That's awful to hear. I wonder, is that something that can be physiotherapied, you know? Rehabilitated? Through use of cardiovascular exercises? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But I would, yeah, if I found myself... If I loaded that save file for myself, that is something I would explore. Is there a way? Eric Brandenburg says company hero. Maybe, but you see, Eric, company heroes are all on 40mm bases, and so it's not quite right. Oh, this guy also has a little turret. He's got a little turret. I'll show you guys this, right? So he'll be able to call down his turret and blast, get some fire support. Helldiver style, right? It's a little support turret. I think it's adorable. But the support turret is basically painted as far as it needs. Maybe a bit of edge highlighting on the black panels, but I don't think it needs much else for readability. Yeah, I'm gonna mix some white scar with our sky gray and start building up our brighter values. And well, you know what? I say that, but you probably should wash those the Iron Hands chapter badge, because you want to do your darks, you want to do your low lights before your highlights. I prefer to do it that way, unless you're course correcting. Yeah, so I titled this stream with a question because I feel like the Iron Hands are low-key. Like, I think they're underloved. I think they're not the loudest with their themes. They're not overly zealous about pride and, you know, there's no for us and the All-Father. There's none of that, right? Well, not none, but it's certainly not as pronounced as it seems to be for other chapters. And so, I think there's something quintessentially grimdark about them that they have over all the other chapters. And as time has gone on, you know, at first I was like, yeah, Iron Hands. I was kind of thinking like how a lot of people feel about the Iron Hands, that they're kind of boring, that they lack character. But I think that is incorrect. I think it's incorrect. I think that they might be, between them and the Black Templars, like the most 40k of the Space Marine chapters out there. The most grim dark. Yeah, just ruminating on Space Marines. Just, that's what we do. That's what we do on these live streams. We come to epic conclusions, deep analyses. Where's my bottle caps at? Where are my bottle caps at? Okay, we'll use this one. It is... I don't know what was in here. But we're going to put some wash in here now. Simona says, it cannot be exercised per se, but we developed medicine advanced enough that can basically nullify it. So if you take the medicine properly, you should be fine almost as a healthy adult. Interesting, Simona. Well, that's good to hear. You know, gotta follow your protocols. Follow your protocols. I definitely, yeah, that seems prudent. Tremari says, hey, sorry I'm late. No problemo. You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize, Tremari. Oh, shit, guys. Oh, shit. Look. YouTube changed back. They changed back the stupid @ symbols we've been seeing lately on the live streams. So now, your usernames aren't these ugly ats with, like, I don't know, whatever the YouTube ID is or whatever. It seems like the display names are back, which I like. Simona says, stick to the codex. Yep, follow your doctrines. Follow your protocols. Okay, so as per usual, I mixed up more wash than I need. This is my curse. You could say that it's better to have too much than too little. Maybe I'll say that so I can feel better about this situation I find myself in. So look at that, we get some nice shading from the diluted Lamian medium there. So we'll let that sit. We'll let that sit. Continue on our bolt gun. And by the time the bolt gun's in place, we should be ready to whiten up our chapter badge. Chapter badge. I'm gonna get a little handle out. Old handle for this old turret. We gotta prime the antenna, actually. I forgot about that. I didn't like this little nub that's on the top of these Rhino ports, so I added a little antenna, because it's gotta be connected, right? It's gotta be connected. I guess the fatal flaw in the design is that if it turns to shoot this way, it'll blow off its own antenna. So that's its only weakness. But other than that, it's pretty good. Over on this side, I don't think we have to worry about the back side of the bolter too much. Uncle Buck, Pachow. Pachow. Dynamic entry, that's for sure. Okay, you know what? We're going to follow our heart. We're going to go off script. You know, the codex is only a guideline, right? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. So we're going to paint up this little... Well, not paint up, but we're going to dollop. We're going to douse it in primer. Leg day is the best day. Oh, Tremari had work and the gym. Hey, way to be. Physical activity is very important, everybody. That's your non hobby tip of the day. What do we think about this weapon casing here? Definitely could use a bit of build-up, actually. It's a bit gray for that sensor panel. Okay, I've watered it down. I don't know. I don't know if it's too much. We'll see. Let the great experiment begin. Okay, I'm going to use a napkin here to pull away some of this. The amount of paint we're applying. I think it's too thick. Okay, I'm just going to paint this kind of panel shady, not going like full ham Space Marine, or rather Firekeeper's vehicle panel shading. But just a little bit, because then if it looks intentional, if it looks intentionally incomplete, it'll look better. So that's the look we're going for. Just make it look intentional. That's the trick. That's a good hobby tip too. I should save all these hobby tips for a channel video. Eric Brandenburg says, this Iron Hand looks like he is bringing that heavy bolter over to an Invictor. Oh yeah, he could be. He could be. You're like, oh, where's the Invictor? Let me check my map. Let me check my little display pad. That's pretty fun. Okay, so I guess I'll start mixing in some of the white pigment, the thickening agent. This might as well be texture paint. Look at this. We don't make mistakes, we have happy little accidents. Wise words. Wise words. Yeah. It's all part of the plan. Okay, so this is with the white scar mixed in with that sky gray, and it's white. That's for sure. Maybe too white. I'm gonna mix in a bit more of the sky gray. I want to leave room for edge highlighting, right? I want the value to be like 80% to full white, and then we'll just use that remaining zone, that remaining 20% to full white for edge highlighting. That's what I would prefer. Maybe I should have mixed in some Lamiant Medium to thin this out. Uh-oh. We'll see. Yeah, there's a certain swag the Iron Hands have that's very understated, which has really grown on me as of late. Just no messing around. Coldly logical. I mean, people think they're boring, but I honestly think there's a lot of hobby potential you can do with the augmetics and bionics. You can get a lot of character out of them. Servo skulls everywhere. Big AdMech integration, special weapons, grav weapons. Personally, I love Iron Hands with grav weapons. I think it's such a good look. But there's very little Primaris grav stuff. Actually, I don't think there's anything other than a bolt pistol on a Tech Marine. Yeah, I think you could have a... Take like Eradicators and just give them heavy grav cannons. I mean, the Eradicators are re-rolling into vehicles and monsters anyways, which really should be a melter roll. Excuse me, a grav roll. Excuse the slip. And then you could use a unit like Blade Guard and make a veteran group of Immortals. How cool would that be? Give them some more industrial-looking shields, maybe some old 30k Breacher shields. That could be pretty cool. Look, we're just coming up with an epic thematic list build on the spot. Okay, that's reading much more like white. You know what, I need to sneeze. All right, we're back. I've purged the contagion away from me. Eric Brandenburg says, "Don't forget about Volkite weapons too." Yeah, that's a good point. Volkite is appropriate. Very old tech, very dark age tech. There is a bit of Volkite pistolage in the Primaris range, right? On your Blade Guard vats, they have them. I think a few other units have those options for Neo Volkite, which really just should be a Volkite pistol. I don't know why they added Neo Volkite there. I don't think that helps sell what it's about. And it's not even like there's a regular Volkite pistol available to other Space Marines, is there? And then you must have this one be different. And even if you did, I don't see the point, because there's like 4 different bolt gun profiles in the Space Marine Codex. So just have them be named the same and give them different stats to make us all confused all the time. Weird. Weird rules writing choices. That's for sure. Oh, it's so fresh. It looks so good against that black armor scheme. Damn, imagine a whole army of these guys. They're fresh weapon casings. Shamari says, "Do you think the Cold Greys would be a good match for the Iron Hands?" The Cold Greys? You mean like for paint color? Or is the Cold Greys a reference to something? Let's see here. We can add a little bit of value increase on our chapter badge. This is actually a 3D printed pad. I did not purchase an entire upgrade sprue for this little project. It's actually not Seems like we're just edge highlighting anyways. Such a small detail. I think that's what we might have to do. Like, what other chapters are are sufficiently grim in the same way the like grimdark, appropriately grimdark for our 40K setting, right? Because there's an overabundance, I think, of nobility of these noble bright kind of chapters, right? Like Space Wolves have that noble edge, Blood Angels do. Dark Angel, yeah, even okay. So Dark Angels are definitely claiming the best of both worlds, right? A lot of pride of the Legion, a lot of nobility built in with their knightly culture, but they're a bit more grimdark than I think Space Wolves or Blood Angels. Yeah, Ultramarines, pretty good civilized folk. Salamanders, obviously very noble, right? Raven Guard are fairly neutral, I'd say. Imperial Fists, I'd say they're pretty noble, right? So it feels like majority of them are more noble bright than grim dark. I don't know. If you guys agree with that assessment? Okay, we'll pick out these digits. Pick out these digits for maximum readability. It is proving difficult. I'm still trying to see if I can separate the looks of an Iron Hands and Raven Guard. I just want to be able to tell the difference from a distance. Yeah, lens color doesn't make it any easier. You'd have to lean into features like bionics. I wouldn't, if I was GW, I would have intentionally changed the recipe, just from a branding position. Still keep them both dark. So like what I did, I painted this Iron Hands basically a very dark metal, right? And then for my Raven Guard here, he's more of a matte black, or really matte gray, because I didn't want to paint black armor. And I think because you don't have much room to work with, even the subtle differences can help. Because you still want to keep them both true to what they are, right? You don't want to just rebrand one of them completely. But if you can help it, I think it would go a long way. Iron Hands usually have silvered metallic hands. Even if they aren't augmetic, they do that. And Raven Guard will have colored trim on their shoulder pads, which I believe is for Force Org, or maybe Company. Maybe it's like Ultramarines. That's how they distinguish companies. try and hit these little rivets. If I can manage. Perfect. There, that helps. That helps with the readability, I think. Okay, next we have a little, to put a little arrow on his knee, which would be for battle line, which makes him a tactical marine. And you know what? The tactical marines are more base than intercessors, so we'll say this is a tactical marine. He's got a heavy bolter. He's the he's the heavy weapons guy of his unit. So we'll make him tactical. Now, because this is a metallic, metallic base color that was mixed, it's going to be annoying if there's errors here. So here's hoping it's a one and done. Okay, so we're going to draw. This is probably the halfway point, so we have a bit more room on our arrow. We have to believe. Unfortunately, the decals I have for the numbers, the numerical, the Gothic numerical decals, I think are a bit too big. I think they're for the Dark Angels, the ones I have on hand. So I'll have to see if I can find the Salamanders ones. I know I have a bunch of sheets for the Salamanders decal sheet, transfers, which should have some leftover numbers on them. Okay, I think we're looking all right. I think that's a good basic outline. So you gotta widen that up a bit. And draw it up. Eric Brandenburg says, with Imperial fists, I feel like they are more concerned with preserving the planetary infrastructure instead of human lives, because they can just bring in more humans. That might be the case, but there's still a pretty strong nobility. Like, I wonder if this would even make a good video. An analysis of each chapters and how they kind of rank culture and, I don't want to say personality, demeanor? The demeanor of each chapter with regards to nobility versus cold, transhuman, grim darkness, right? Because the Iron Hands, to me, and this is a big part of my recent appeal with them, they seem to be the quintessential representation of a transhuman super soldier, right? Even to the point where they've left their humanity behind so far, they're big into replacing with body parts with augments, right? Because it's superior, right? And because they don't have that, because they have such cold pragmatism, they don't have these warm hearts, right? It's just exactly what I think would be, like, what does transhuman mean if you're not without, like, if you're not losing that warmth? And I know all the chapters kind of have, it's a spectrum, right? All chapters kind of skew on that spectrum differently than others, but I think Iron Hands are probably the furthest along on the cold, emotionless, pragmatic end of things. And much to my dismay, Salamanders would probably be on the other end of the spectrum. I think they're a bit too noble bright. It becomes a bit hard to believe in the efficacy. I think salamanders are very cool, but I wonder if a case can be made that there's a bit of flanderization going on with them. I know from a board game point of view, you just want these harsh personalities, but if you're going to have extended media and novel series and continuity, I think you need a bit more range. It is one of the reasons I like Adrex Agatone, representing that more harsh Space Marine side of things. I don't know if that's sacrilege. I mean, I've never really framed the channel as like a Salamander's channel. I guess Avatar aside. Avatar is a smidge in the Salamanders camp, I'd say. Okay, look, pretty good arrow knee pad, I think. It's mostly center, right? Please say yes. And clean it up a little bit. I don't think it's bad. I'll use some of this. Oh God, what is this? Oh, it's just all water. We have a breach. We have a breach on the wet palette. A whole bunch of water's gotten into the paint. Terrible. Terrible. Seal the bulkheads. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of that black primer and just kind of add a bit of imperfections. Because that's a thing, right? And maybe while we're here, we can clean up some of these edges. Oh God, I think I fucked it up more. You know what? We'll let it ride. If you want to hear yes, then yeah, it's centered. No, no, no. I want honesty. Is it centered enough? Is it? I think it's adequate, right? Look, if you're doing this kind of stuff, we're already tabletop plus. As long as it isn't awkwardly centered. I mean, maybe it should actually have been rotated a bit, so it's more like this rather than this. It's centered to the ground, but not centered to his leg. Fuck. This is my curse. It's actually pretty good looking, too. This is so lame. Where's my undo button? Right? What do we have decal sheet-wise? We have this Ultramarines one. Dark Angels one here. And I found another one. I think from Leviathan. Not Leviathan, from Indomitus. No Iron Hands, though, on these decal sheets. But maybe some arrows? No. No tiny arrows for me. That's a bummer. Yeah, because this Ultramarines one here is a bit too big. Look at that arrow; it's huge. Simona says, "Yeah, I think, yeah, Simona, you're right. You are correct." Happy little accidents. See, the thing is, I don't know how much of it can be reused because the whole thing is askew. Much to my displeasure. Okay. Well, bye-bye, Arrow. Farewell. I enjoyed our time together. How sad. Yeah. I don't think there's any decal sheets I could use for those small tactical symbols or squad symbols. They're all shoulder pad size, so I think we're kind of stuck in the freehand camp. And we're just gonna wait for that to dry. Do a bit of edge highlighting while we're here. And we'll just pick out some edges. I'm not going to do all. I'm just kind of concerned with the ones which are player facing. So I won't worry about the ones on the inside of the marine. Think of it this way, you already did it once, so you know it's possible, and fixing problems is an unavoidable part of painting. That, you know what, that is the best way to look at it. How good would it have been, though, if it was a one and done? Then I'd be like, almost like a pro painter. Everyone would have been so impressed. Did you see? He did it in one go. And it was perfect. Maybe next time. What is this? Hair? Okay. Yeah, we'll do this edge highlight, even though it's on the inside. But it'll be visible when we're looking at our marine. So maybe I spoke too soon about ignoring all of them. It is rather exposed. Okay, that knee pad looks mostly. It's done enough. I don't want to layer up too much paint. So it's erased enough, and we're going to go over most of that same real estate again, just with a different angle. So that is probably closer to a correct angle. Kind of in line with the leg. Yeah, I think so. If I remember, Mona Lisa took over 10 years. That's crazy. She was sitting still for 10 years? I don't believe that. Okay. Lean back. Does it look aligned? Tell me, chat. Is this is this oriented the right way? Oh. I just want to do right by my boy. Gotta put some respect on his name, you know? He's gonna be out there with his fellow chapter, his cousins, his fellow Marines, and he's gotta represent. He's gonna represent that Iron 10th. Little parasol symbol. He's a member of Squad Parasol. It already looks better? Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Good. Good. Okay. Feeling good. Amazing. What I like about my Raven Guard is they don't fight fair. They pick up the slack where the Imperium at large deems a world is a lost cause. They don't fight fair. Oh, and they pick up the slack. Okay, yeah, that's a cool flex. Is that your Raven Guard specifically? How you characterize them, Eric? Or is that the way of the Sons of Korax? I do like that Space Marine chapters have agency to act where they deem necessary. You know, they're not like dogs of the Imperial War Machine, just kind of... If they show up, it's because they kind of want to. Well, you know, that's kind of old lore, right? With the Indomitus Crusade and all these strike groups and joining the Crusade, you kind of do get sent where you're asked. Some chapters, anyways. But even then, in the Crusade fleets, it's only like a demi-company of Marines, right? They're still kept very elite. It's a company or a demi-company. So you still might have other companies for your own tasks. As a chapter master, I mean. Okay, so we're gonna have to mix in our metallic color and do a bit of cleanup here. Okay, a little bit of imperfections. I have to add in imperfections myself because I paint so perfectly, as you guys have seen. As you've seen thus far, as you've borne witness. Born witness? Is that a word? Is that a phrase that's real? Can I use that? Bared witness sounds weird to me. Okay, we'll try and suggest a bit of shading with the upper part of the decal being a bit brighter. Let's look at that decal sheet again. Looking for Gothic numerals. Gothic numerals. So we have a Dark Angel sheet here, but yeah, look. Dark Angel's decals are for shoulder pads, or for the squad numbers anyways. You kind of want numbers this size, which I think the Salamander's decal sheet has. So that may not happen on stream. We'll do the clan symbol, because I have that decal. Like, what is this? No, this is Heresy decals. No good. Yeah, no good. We can probably use these for our Salamanders stream, though. I've decided I'll make Hobby hang 100 the Salamanders Marine of the squad. Seems fitting. And he's mostly well along. It'll just be edge highlighting A little bit of layering, and then decals. Born in past tense, says Simona. Perfect. Bear witness. Bear witness is the correct phrase. Right. Right, I had a feeling. What do we think, guys? What do we think about this little display pad here? Little data pad. Maybe we can just use a contrast color. Should it be white? Maybe it should be, right? Weapon casings and gadget casings. Maybe they should be consistent. We'll need some middle color anyways for some of these bips and bops. And we gotta clean up our knee pad, so we can do that. Some of these bips and bops. I'm looking at the Iron Hands decal sheet for reference. Or sorry, not decal sheet. I'll just show you what I'm looking at. I have the technology. I'm looking at this transfer sheet with a marine for reference. Where is it? Here. And you can see all these little gadgets. A lot of trinkets in the Iron Hands upgrade sprue. And special purity seals. Honestly, feels like a bit of waste. More augmetics would have been better, I think. Right? Or a servo arm, like a one you could add. But I think they're hesitant to do that. But why not just rule of cool it? Sure, maybe the rules team doesn't want to make rules for it, but an Iron Hands upgrade sprue should have a servo arm. They should be everywhere, honestly. I'd do it if I had a whole army of Iron Hands. I'd have every sergeant with a servo arm. Feels right. Feels like, yeah, why wouldn't a servo arm just be useful? And if it feels useful, I feel like the Iron Hands would do it. Cable should be... Could do red. I'm not sure what these are, though. Well, we'll make a metal color. Not sure what those are supposed to be at all. Looks kind of interesting, though. When I play, I tend to use either strike from the shadows or guerrilla tactics every turn. I can't remember what those mechanics do off the top of my head. Is that uppy downy? Is that remove units at the end of the enemy turn, bring them back on? That is a very Raven Guard thing to do. So now you see me, now you don't kind of thing for Raven Guard. Feels apt, very Corax. Yeah, Raven Guard would be... It's Iron Hands and Raven Guard, I think. Two very cool chapters. But yeah, I think the Iron Hands are just underloved. I think they're just not as loud with their themes. They don't get a lot of novelization. Or a lot of moments to shine, right? I don't think GW likes to put them on the box arts of things. You'd think they'd be like the stars of the Horus Heresy, but with the way they characterize them, not the greatest showing. And unfortunately, if you think of the new Horus Heresy 3.0 box set, like you're not going to have, even though Iron Hands were part of Istvan, of the Drop Site Massacre, GW doesn't want to have black armored Marines on the boxes for promotion. I don't think they like it. I think it's fairly self-evident. Okay, so I kind of regret not having this already painted because my wash mixture that I mixed too much of, which is now dry, would have been really useful for this. But this is how the sausage gets made. So I've been doing some play testing for this narrative event that I'm running in about a week. Some rapid play testing, prototyping and play testing. And while I don't think I'll have this idea ready for the event, I like the idea of having team tactics based on composition of Marines in the party. I like the idea of, like, for instance, if you have Raven Guard, Salamander, and Iron Hand, you have like a Drop Site Massacre kind of formation, and those guys all get a bonus for pairing up, right? And I think there's a lot of creative room there with these kind of like pairings, because you could have like a Defenders of Terra with Imperial Fists, Blood Angels, White Scars, right? You could have Dauntless Few with Ultramarines, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Iron Hands. You could have like Imperium Secundus, Dark Angel, Ultramarine, Blood Angel. There's probably a bit more as well. But I think that's just like ripe ground for fun mechanics, honestly. And it's not something you really get to represent in the current standard game, because standard game is 1v1. Guerrilla Tactics is uppy downy. Right. Yep, that's a very, very good ability in 10th edition in competitive match play missions. Very good. I mean, even for a friendlier kind of mission structure that's just a kill mission, it is still useful to just get out of there, get out of dodge when you need to. You don't like the whole thing white because we're probably going to use contrast on this screen. I'm not sure what contrast to use. I might do what I did for the Blood Angel's wrist. Because I found that was like pretty low effort for a pretty high yield. Just It was Tesseract Glow, but like an ancient pot of Tesseract Glow. That's all stuck to the bottom of the pot because it's from the before times. And I think over top of that was maybe Hex Wraith Flame? No, I think it was one of the green contrasts. One of the green contrasts. Beyond that accessory, I think we're moving towards edge highlighting time. So buckle up. Buckle up. I'm thinking keep it gray. This is still relatively bright in comparison, so it should be a strong enough color. It's a Mechanicus standard gray, so it's also appropriately named. Because Iron Hands like the Mechanicum. Obviously. Oh god. Little bit of accidents along the way. Look, no journey is without peril. Nelson Cruz, good evening. Good evening. Good to see you in chat. Eric Breinberg says, I want the 40k. May I suggest gray for the screen with bright /neon green characters? While I like that old retro tech look, I don't want to do typography. Maybe a symbol, okay? I'll go as far as that. I'll do some sort of triangular, square, characters that are... I don't know if it'll look good, though. If it doesn't look like type. Small scale. Like it's... I don't hate the coloration, but... It's, I don't want to turn it into a huge project. Look, we already did like a boss. This knee pad was basically like a mid-level boss in terms of painting, right? So, edge highlighting, kind of like mob grinding. It sucks, but we gotta just get through it. I don't know if I want to introduce another boss in the terms of like display pad with characters and text. Because if, depending on vibe, depending on stream vibe energy, like how the mood of the room is, rather, we may do some edge highlighting on our Blood Angel because he's sad, I'm sure. Sad to not be edge highlighted. Okay, so look, we got some edge highlighting down on the knee pad. Now the question is this bright enough? That is the question. Because I'm not sure. I thought it might have been. Is it bright enough? Perhaps draw gauges or a chart then. Okay, Eric, you've convinced me. Yeah, if we do a little bar graph, we can do that. That's pretty easy. And you were suggesting, let me look up here. A gray screen with bright neon green characters. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a black okay, a black screen. We'll draw the charts in white and we'll contrast the whole thing. And I think it'll look pretty good. I think it'll look good. Yeah, it's a bar chart for his stats, for his power levels, right? Mega Cat 3000, welcome to the stream. Nah, it's the Blood Ravens that are the best. They have metal boxes and bald people. I'm pretty sure many chapters have metal boxes and bald people. I'm pretty sure a lot of chapters have containers. Imperium containers full of various supplies. But where are we on this edge highlighting, guys? Is it a good color? Or do we have to go brighter? Like for dark armor schemes, the edge highlighting is what essentially enables readability. I'm looking at the heavy metal example I showed on screen earlier. This, you know what? Let's look at it together. Look at this, okay? I think my edge highlighting has to be brighter. Would you agree? Would you agree? I think Mechanicus Standard Gray might not be bright enough. Might not be bright enough. What we can do is apply a little bit of wash to our data pad. We'll only take a little bit this time. I'll probably go with like a 50-50 blend. Obsidian Grolvo. Forgive my poor pronunciation. We are the strongest. We shall crush the lustful dogs of the Third Legion. True. True. I think Iron Hands are pretty based. They might be the most based. I don't know. Depends how grimdark you like your grimdark. But even if you like the more noble bright chapters, I think the Iron Hands serve as a good ceiling, right? Or a good floor, depending how you look at it, of how transhuman can be. MegaCat 3000 says, I would agree it needs to be brighter, or maybe needs more surfaces area. I think we'll go brighter. We have Dawnstone available, which is brighter than, it is brighter than. Slightly. It might do. Okay, I don't mean to leave you guys in suspense, but I actually have to use the washroom, so nature calls. This water is just flowing through me. Don't like to do it. I don't like to take breaks from streams, but where is my BRB? My BRB? I had it somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the be right back. And maybe, oh, you know what? Yo, I'm sorry. This is a thing that I can do. Okay, you know what? I was gonna see how to put ads on while I'm gone, but sucks for me. I don't know how to do it, so I'll be right back. I have returned. I have returned. Did you miss me? I wonder if the music going on without any talking is going to cause the stream to give me an error once we wrap. I guess we'll see. 12 concurrent viewers. Hail to chat. That's crazy. That's crazy. What's everybody working on? Are you just hanging out? Are you just here to keep me company as I apply paint to little soldiers? Well, the wash is bringing all the details in that data pad. That's kind of good. And what did I say would do? Take some of this primer on the palette. Let's black out the screen. Actually, I'm going to use some of the Mechanicus gray on the palette. Mix it with our primer that's left over. I want a very dark gray so that when our contrast goes over for the lettering, it gets tinted. That would be what I prefer. So you get a cool kind of, I don't think analog is the right word, but like a retro tech vibe. Well, having that accessory blocked in really adds a ton of visual interest. I think that's going a long way against the black armor. That puts a little feather in my cap. Oh, we're gonna have to let that dry. Okay. Oh, Nelson Cruz says, out with the 40K, did you ever get the idea to paint a Space Marine as your logo? Did you ever get the idea to paint a Space Marine as your logo? What do you mean? Is it not? Is that not the channel avatar? Or channel, yeah, channel icon, channel logo? Or do you mean paint it for real, like physically? I don't like to do freehand. I kind of, okay, in certain instances I like the challenge, but it's not something I'm just like jumping to do it all the time. It's too much effort. Obrexon Gralvo says, how long have you been working on this guy? This guy was painted up a little bit before the stream. I couldn't tell you how long. Maybe like 3 hours. Because he was base coated, I think washed, and then the metal areas were hit. And probably all washed at the same time as his armor. But he's a little bit of a conversion, dare I say, right? You got conversion elements on his leg and on his servo arm. So that wasn't just out of the box quick building. That took, dare I say, artistry. Nelson Cruz says, yeah, channel avatar, like a mini of it. Yeah, I have a whole chapter of Firekeepers, Nelson Cruz. I have a I just painted most of them off stream. Crap, I don't have any on hand. I have some pictures. I can share. I can share via pictures. What is this? Okay, I can browse through OBS. I can browse through my saved photographs. I can show you. I think I have one that is more or less a sergeant of that is the avatar. The channel avatar, I mean. I am the avatar. Okay, so here is a sergeant, I think 3rd company sergeant. Is a really nice photo, actually. Whoops, that's not it. What is that? This is Phoenix Lord. Why didn't it work? Did I hit cancel? Lame. How embarrassing. How embarrassing for me. Look at that. Such a professional ship I run. Okay, here he is. Open. There. Oh, God. It's huge. It's huge. Hold. Okay. We have to zoom. I think I'm scaling it. I think it's scaling. Oh, no, it's cropping. Oh, that's not going to work. Okay, this controls how you do it. Okay, hold on to your butts, everybody. It's happening. Or maybe we're just dragging it. How big's this picture? Oh my God. Look, there's a shoulder pad. There he is. This picture's huge. I'm not trying to brag. Not trying to brag or anything. Oh my God, this is impossible. We're gonna be here forever. Okay, it's happening. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. We're getting there. We're getting there. There he is. There's a sergeant. Now he's visible. I hope you're happy, Nelson. I did this for you. Okay, I keep scaling down. Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there, everybody. Yeah, I really like this piece. This is an awesome Space Marine. Just a tactical sergeant. That's what he is. Tremendous. Not to toot my own horn. So lame. Just praising my own work. I'm just happy with how he turned out. Yeah, just a good-looking Space Marine. Okay, enough of that. Obrexon Grovelo says, I love adding 3D printed parts to my Iron Hands too. Hell yeah, you have to. You have to, because GW doesn't really produce good upgrade sprues. I mean, third-party producers were a thing, but that's kind of the niche 3D printing is serving anyways. And it's more convenient, more cost-effective. And there generally seems to be at least one 3D printing guy in every local group. It seems to be the average in my experience, in my sample size of like 3. Nelson Cruz says, it's awesome and thanks for the effort. Thanks. I'm happy to hear it's appreciated. I honestly didn't think it would be such an effort. I thought it'd be like, oh, a quick little, select the photo and throw it on screen. You guys will see it. Cool stuff, slick stuff, neat stuff. And then, blam, it's huge. How many pixels? It's honestly, so that photo was taken with a real camera. But even just your average cell phone photograph, I just find it's like almost obnoxious how large the resolution is of digital photos. It's like, how many pixels do you need for your bullshit? There should be a mode. Right? Like if you're taking a picture, some macro kind of high detailed photograph of a miniature, maybe you do want all the extra resolution. But if you're just taking a picture of your food, you know what I mean? Do you need to see every angle of rice? Or whatever it is you're eating? I don't know why I thought of rice. Okay. So let's try the Dawnstone. Obrexon Grovelo says, is that a custom chapter? Yes, that is my own custom chapter of a successor chapter of Salamanders called the Firekeepers. And then I use them as my channel avatar. A little sergeant. A little intercessor sergeant. Okay, look, I like... Okay, now, it's skewing the outcome of this brighter highlight because we're getting a double highlight effect. So it's looking extra good, but I do think the brighter choice is the way to go. I think Dawnstone is the way. The classic Dark Angels double highlight. Nathaniel Walker. If our legs were steel, we would have been fast enough. If our arms were iron, we'd have been strong enough. Ferris Menace, we are sorry we failed you. I can't even get through it. Beautiful. It's poetry. It's might as well be Black Library. How's it going, Nathaniel? Yeah, very much that energy for the Iron Hands. If only we had been faster. If only Ferris was smarter. Sorry. Sorry, the salt, it just comes out of me. Comes out of me. I feel like, just my 2 cents on the death of Ferris, I feel like the writers should have worked a little harder. I think they didn't work hard enough for that payoff. Because that's a hard sell. It can't just be Ferris is so mad. He's so mad, guys. He just has no wits about him. His fury is so great. I can't. I can't get into it. Like, is his fury so great though? Does he lack reason and the capacity to rationalize and make prudent decisions? Terrible. Terrible. I don't know, guys. It seems like Primarchs aren't as great as we think they are if they do such dumb decisions. And that's kind of my feeling on the matter. So for this edge highlighting in particular, because we've mixed our base coat, it'd be especially good if no terrible errors happen. Sometimes, when I'm lazy, I do extra thick edge highlights. I probably don't want to be doing that on this guy. Errors on the feet aren't too bad because he will get some pigments on them. So that should mask all of that pretty well. Clinch says, yes, but you need to see it from the other way around. He was named after his hands in ancient Gothic, but he preferred to rely on his sons rather than his son. Nathaniel Walker says GW retconned all the Primarch's problems were the fault of a woman, Erda. Did they really? Did they really? Like, I'll be honest, and this is like maybe a hot take, but I didn't get into the Siege of Terror. I didn't follow it. I mean, I know what happened in each novel because talking to your friends group and all that, but I didn't listen to it. I didn't read it. I was just not on that bandwagon. I was kind of not checked out of the Horus Heresy. Oh, I was checked out from reading because it was too long of a series, and I started to find, like, I was thinking, well, I'll wait till they all come out. It'll only be a short while, right? And then it turned out to be several years and they kept doing multiple parts. Classic. Classic sequel baiting. But is that really what Erda did? Erda. That's a weird name. No offense if anyone ever listens to this who has the name Erda. It's unusual, is all I mean. Simona says, sorry, but the only way I can look at it is 13 years old writing fanfics. Yep, I share the similar sentiment. At points of the heresy. Like the Horse Heresy has certain high points, obviously. But I just find the low points are so terrible. And a big part of Warhammer fandom, and I guess any fandom, is just the desire to like what you are already invested in. And I don't tend to do that. Even with, like, the Marvel stuff and the... Well, Star Wars never really got off the ground. Okay, look, for the Star Wars thing, I enjoyed the Force Awakens on my first watch. And then, rather quickly, I was like, I'm not vibing with this. But the Marvel, I was on the Marvel, I was like a stan, almost, of the MCU. Super fan. Is getting excited for the next trailer. Like, I was that kind of guy. And then after... after Phase 3, it became, like, untenable. And it's just been like a shit show ever since. But I will say, I've been watching the odd Marvel thing since Phase 4 started. And I did watch Deadpool Wolverine. And when Deadpool sarcastically comments that everything since Phase 4 or since Phase 3 has been amazing, I was filled with such relief, such joy, such what's the term for that? It was just cathartic. I was like, he gets it. He knows. Finally, I've been acknowledged. Vindication. It felt good, is my point. Nathaniel Walker. Thank you for the super chat for $1.99. Here for more corpse starch. Emperor bless. Well, that is very much appreciated. I'm gonna like that. Bam. I did it. It's a thing. You can like super chats. Very much appreciated, Nathaniel. Very much appreciated. Yeah, that's my little rant on the MCU. Not rant. I guess we're just sharing feelings about beloved properties. Okay, so what are we going to do here? Maybe like a bar chart? That was a suggestion. Something easy. Some sort of... So we'll do like a straight line. Oh boy, I already regret what I'm doing. See, this is why we don't do freehanding. This is why it's better to have your screens be blank and off. Just keep them off. Or just have them be a solid glowing color. No screensavers. Okay. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for it. Okay, there's our bars. There's the bottom of the bars. I mean, call me crazy, but just doing scribbles like parchment work? I feel like if scribbles on a purity seal work, wouldn't scribbles on a screen work? I feel like I'm breaking new ground here. Like no one's made this connection before. I basically invented something. This is like a moment in time. Before and after. It might not look like a bar chart, actually. It's just gonna look like random shapes. But maybe that's okay. Right? Maybe because it's upside down, right? It's upside down, so everyone will just look at like, oh, it's a thing. I'm sure it makes sense. It's just upside down. Look, I want to believe. Let's do some more shapes. Eric Brandenburg says LED purity. Yeah, LED purity squirrels. Yeah, that's the Iron Hand swing. Yeah, so what I'm going to try to do is make these characters or shapes brighter in the middle, because I'm hoping it creates the illusion of illumination once the contrast goes over. And look, if it doesn't, look, we tried. I do wonder, though, if I should dilute the contrast, because contrast can be pretty opaque sometimes. Be pretty strong. Yeah, benefit of hindsight, we could have just done LED scrolls, just squiggles. We're gonna break this one. So this side is gonna have 2 broken blocks. I think that'll make it look like it's doing something. I don't know what it's doing, but it's tracking something. Right? Turn it upside down, and you're like, oh, it's a display pad. Okay, now, Eric. Wait, it was Eric who suggested this, right? You were saying green display pad? Or blue? Or teal? I think you said teal. In either case, I think I'll have to dilute the contrast, whatever I use. Eric says, can you imagine an Iron Hands chaplain meeting a chaplain for another chapter? Are you still using parchment and wax? How quaint. Maybe. I mean, yeah, that's like... I think that works for the meme factor of things, but... But if hear me out, if the Iron Hands are more in line with their thinking with the AdMech, in terms of the preservation of older tech. Actually, I don't think that's the case for Iron Hands, because they very much welcomed Primaris, and that was something I was when I learned, I was like, oh yeah, very prudent. It makes sense. They'd incorporate them, newer, better tools. Let's go, right? So maybe they would. You know what? I think it works. I think it passes the tastefulness test. Okay, so contrast. A contrast. Which to use? Probably. I'm gonna blend Frostheart with Hexwraith. We'll do that. We'll blend those and dilute them. And we'll see where it gets us. It could be a disaster. Fair warning. So, you know, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, guys, because who knows what will happen. How are these looking? Yeah, Frostheart likes to separate. I'll say that. I'll spare you the noise of me shaking vigorously. Okay. Let's try this out. So, 2 drops of contrast medium and a smidge. Just a smidge of each. And then we'll see. Oh god. What happened? There it is. Simona says the arrow finally fits. I'm happy to hear that because I don't like painting arrows. It's kind of funny. It's like pointing, you know, it's like guiding your... It's working for the composition is all I mean. Pretty good. Kind of superior, actually, when compared to putting arrows on shoulder pads. See, the Iron Hands are just purely logical, even when it comes down to their aesthetics. Okay, so it's looking certainly more blue than green. I think we should use a bit more green, guys. It's got a lot of blue all over him. I'm going to add a bit more contrast medium also. I don't like how... I want more flow. I want more viscosity. Could have used flow improver, I guess. Okay, well, still very blue. Like, I guess Frostheart's just strong. Alright, here we go. Trying to apply it pretty heavily. Well, it was an experiment. Maybe it'll grow on me, but I don't know what I was expecting, but I still don't love it. I mean, it's adequate, though, right? Logic makes your brain hurt? No way. You gotta embrace logic. Logic and reason will sort us out. You don't want to be ruled by emotion. Not like Ferris Manus, okay? Not like that guy. Look where that got him. You want to be calm and collected. You want to keep a cool head. Pun intended, I guess. Okay. Oh, we can do the glowing weapon thing I usually do. So I got some blue on the palette, some turquoise from Vallejo, so let's start filling in those. I've done this on all my Firekeeper's weapons. It just adds that level of visual interest. Makes them look cool and techy. I think the guy I showed earlier has it. Yeah, see? Little... Oh, you guys can't see my mouse. But anyways, yeah. Little glowing LED light. I like to think of it as an ammo indicator. Tramari says I actually fell asleep. Well, I'm not upset, Tramari. I'm not upset. In fact, I'm flattered you chose this stream of mine to lull you to sleep. To sail you off to dreamland. Hey, Tramari, no need to apologize. You're good. You're in good company. Misfit, greetings. How's it going? Are you hobbying? Or just hanging? Look, the stream's called a hobby hang, so both are available options to whoever's here. But hobbying's definitely cooler. Okay, so that's an Iron Hands leg edge highlighted. Well, the front anyways. Oh, gotta line the panels. Helps make them look 3D. Okay, so the data pad, having had the contrast dry, is not looking bad. I actually don't mind it. I think it was a pretty cool experiment. Probably have to clean up the frame a little bit. A little bit of overspill helps it look like OSL, but I think that's a bit much. And you know what? Before the rest of this dries, let's just take it and line the edge of the frame. We'll clean up. We'll bring it back if it's too much. I think that's a good rule of thumb. Tramari says more stiff than I realized. Hard work. Hard workout, rather. Look. That's your reward, okay? That's your body telling you it needed that exercise. And that you should do it even more, right? You need to work out more often. And that's all that means. And it's good. I'm a supporter of the physical activities. It's definitely the way to be. Okay, well, this Dawnstone is... Oh, that's thick. It's too thick. But unfortunately, I don't want to clean up the highlights. I think we're gonna have to let it ride. I mean, here's the question. Do people who tune into painting streams expect masterworks? Did they expect to see, like, the best quality painting they've ever seen in their life? Because, if that's the case, I don't think... I mean, I like to paint slowly and take more time than usual when painting, but I can't provide you know, my power level is only so great, is what I mean. It's tabletop plus, but it's not a golden demon, let's say. Maybe like a bronze demon, you know? I don't mean like third place, I mean like a different tier of competition, a different standard altogether. Oh shoot, he should have his belt done. Right. Leather belts. Sorry. Sorry guys, got too excited. Yeah, Primera Space Marines wear leather belts. Sorry about that. I had to blow my nose hole. But I feel less congested. We'll see. We'll see if it lasts. Simpire says, oh, welcome to the stream first. First of all, welcome to the stream. And Simpire says, Iron Hands so peak. Hell yes, Iron Hands are peak. I think they're cool. I think they're underloved. I think they represent... Like, I wonder what 40k would look like if all the chapters fell post 30k, similar to the Iron Hands. Not fall to chaos, right? But fall in terms of what they were with their Primarchs, right? And I can't help but feel, guys, that we would have a more suitably dark, grimdark setting in 40k, right? Where you have, like, that vibe of, we're fighting monsters. We fight monsters with monsters of our own. You have that vibe, right? Where the Astartes aren't as deified or as glorious. Maybe they are from a propaganda point of view, but when you see them, they're just so utterly terrifying, and you actually, you know, you get that transhuman dread, right? You don't have that heroic, exemplary archetype, right? Like, I've made the comparison before. Like, the Horus Heresy is bookended by Ferrus Manus's and Sanguinius's death, more or less. And I much prefer the Iron Hands culture, or the Iron Hands demeanor after they've lost their Primarch from the Blood Angels. And I think that, like, if that timeline were true, then 30k becomes enhanced as well, right? Because now you have this setting that has some real allure because the personalities of all the chapters are so different. Right? Like, holy shit, this... You could imagine, right? If the Salamanders were not the save all humans archetype, but that was something they were That's something that characterized them while Vulcan was with them and has since been lost over time. Then when you go to 30K, it'd be so much more alluring rather than having, oh, Dad, the Salamander's at 30K, Salamander's at 40K. It's the same, but now we don't have our Primarch. Most chapter, well, the Chaos gets this, right? The Traitor Legions, they have that appeal. Just ruminating thoughts. Just ruminating thoughts. Share with me your thoughts. Okay, let's tighten up this little gadget and gadget. This is what you would call a data slate, maybe? Or is this just a 30K Auspex scanner? What is... Okay, there we go. 30K Iron Hands is so interesting. Rip, my boy Shadrach Medusan. Yeah, Shadrach Medusan's a cool character. He's very cool. Alright. I said we need to do some leathers, right? Help break up his... You know, if I were to go back and do some modeling on this guy, I think I'd put a pouch here. Just to thicken up the space. Feels a bit thin. I don't know. Feels a little thin. Okay, so here we have Rhinox hide. We're just going to do his belt. Very important. How else does he keep his leggings on? This one belt is what holds all his armor from falling apart. I mean, I'm making fun of the leather belt, but I don't hate it the way I hate the gloves Psychers keep getting. Like, why are they wearing gloves over their power armor? It's so weird to me. Like, I just don't understand. But for whatever reason, GW loves the aesthetic. Almost as much as I like giving Primarchs wings. Which I loathe. Like, if Lehman Russ comes back and he also has some stupid wings built into his backpack, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm not gonna lose my shit, but you can expect a ranty video where I just make fun of their design sensibilities. It's like every Primarch that comes out has to have wings. I feel like a 13-year-old as Misfit, or who was saying that? Not Misfit. It was... Someone said it in chat. Oh, welcome to the stream, Quinn Guyman and some Robloxian gamer. Nice. We're hobbying, we're hanging, we're ranting, we're making fun of Primarchs. The usual. The usual. As you do. Russ will come back Wolfenstyle. It's possible. It's possible. I think he'll come back Old Man Logan style or Wolfen style. It's not Old Man Logan. Odin style. Like wizened, or he'll come back Wolfen. Or will he have a transformative model? as per Marathi and that Cathay lady who turns into a dragon. I think. I can't confirm that one. I'm intuiting from the pictures. It could be not her turning into a dragon. It could be anything. I don't know. I don't want to misinform. I wonder if I just stir this paint enough, will it come back to life? And I think it is. Though I wonder if this is going to damage my brush. So we'll take that mixed leather and stick it on there, just to add a little bit of value differential. Nathaniel Walker says, Iron Hand cybernetics are useful for making very unlucky lamenters. Yep, that's their thing. What's your thing? Yeah, lamenters are unlucky. It's a very good faction for a dice rolling game. Okay, let's continue the edge highlighting journey. It may not be exciting, but it's very impactful. Wow, we've hit the 2-hour mark. Crazy. Crazy. Oh man, look. 15 viewers. Crazy. Usually don't keep tabs on the analytics, but every now and again I'll tab over. My main monitor here has the Iron Hands heraldry up, which I think is more useful. Oh, that's a nice edge highlight. That's what I'm talking about. And we're just going to line that up. Yeah, there's some awesome STLs out there for Iron Hands for upgrades. Like bionic legs that don't look as dorky as the one I made myself. But you got guys who can have like cool articulating, almost like a dreadnought feet on their bionic legs, which looks pretty rad. Looks pretty dope. Oh, that is way too thick. Okay, we're gonna dial it back. Is this alive? I don't think so. I think it's dead. Maybe if we believe hard enough, it'll work. Eric Brandenburg says, I have yet to meet an Iron Hands player in person. Interesting. Yeah, I don't, I have one Iron Hands pal. He's the guy who gave me the decal sheet for, not decal sheet, the single clan decal for this pad, which we probably should put on at some point. And I will need assistance, guys, for putting this on, because we only have one shot. Mom spaghetti, all of that. It's just one chance, right? And so, I can't let it melt into nothing by letting it cook for too long in the microsol. It's a shoulder pad decal, so we need to use some. But, man, the way I paint and move around from part to part, it'll be very easy for this this decal to just be withered away into nothing. Just dissolve into pure muck. And I can't have it. He needs to flex. He needs to be an exemplar of the chapter. That's what I would call him. That's what I would call all the guys in the squad, right? They've all been designed to be exemplars. Right? They're all a cool crew. Just a bunch of cool guys hanging out. The Blood Angel, you know, if you're a fast attack Blood Angel, a close support Blood Angel, you should have a yellow helmet, right? That's the way. But executive decision to best exemplify the chapter. A little bit of artistic liberty was taken. But you know, they're all exemplifying their chapter. They're all flexing. And the Iron Hands needs their clan symbol if he's gonna flex. Some just believe that Magnus had Russ trapped. Just makes Lorgar extra weak for not being able to deal with Korax. Not being able to deal with Korax. You're talking about Istvan, Eric? If I recall correctly, Lorgar was confronting Korax, knowing he'd probably die, because he knows he's not the strongest combatant. But he's willing to die to save his sons, or something like that. I can't. It's been forever since I've read. What was it? First Heretic? Whichever book that happens in. I don't think it was. Maybe it was First Heretic. I actually think Lorgar has a great showing in the Horus Heresy. Him, Jagatai, Gilliman all seem to have pretty strong through lines. I think there's very few just dumb decisions that get made, I think. Eric says, nope, talking Primarchs in the warp. Oh, yeah, yeah, that short story or blurb of Korax hunting Lorgar or keeping him at bay, yeah, it does sound super weak sauce. Lorgar should be a super big deal by this point. I mean, first Heretic Demon Prince has got to be crazy. He should actually probably be one of the strongest Demon Primarchs. If you're going to follow the arc and trajectory, he's the weakest at the start of the story, at the Horus Heresy, Great Crusade, right? He's too busy preaching the word and not fighting, right? And then after he goes all in on the Chaos Sauce, he should be the strongest in 40k. Right? He's like a Chaos Undivided Demon Prince. He's effectively a Be'lakor type, able to probably pull from the gods all four. The problem with that is that it really outshines Abaddon in a very undesirable way. Like 40k is kind of muddy in that regard, right? That it's kind of what's the word? What's the term? It's like hamstrung by its own history, by its own bloat. There's just so... Oh, look, 40k was never written for Primarchs to be here. That's the problem, really. If Primarchs always stayed away, then that issue's... Well, it's a non-issue. You guys agree with that? I think that's probably the gist of it. Misfit says, I would kind of love seeing Korax as a demon prince, for lack of a better word, of the Emperor. Yeah, like, so a demon prince of the emperor to me is more like a Saint Celestine type, maybe. But I think Korax is definitely a warp entity of some kind, right? It's every Primarch has the warp within them. That's how they were made, right? And by fully embracing his ability to shadow slip and all of that kind of stuff, I think what they've alluded to, anyways, is this kind of natural evolution of someone who's mastered his ability, right? Um, yeah, he's more like a wraith than a physical Primarch. You know, you can imagine like if you look at the Age of Sigmar sculpts you get for some of the Night Haunt, I think you can imagine a pretty amazing model. Summer Bloxian Gamer says, also since Korax is in the warp and Raven Guard are coming in the next reveal, maybe he will come back? Question mark, question mark. Very doubtful. I want to be surprised. GW did surprise me by bringing back all the Phoenix Lords. Well, nearly all. Karandras. Still my beating heart, Karandras, right? But anyways, they brought back a bunch of Phoenix Lords, which I thought they would drip feed for years, the same way they are going with Primarchs. Now, I know a Phoenix Lord is not on the same level as a Primarch, but to the Eldar fan base, like, that potential was certainly there, that you would just be hamstrung along. That being said, I think we're going to get Leman Russ before any non-special Snowflake chapter gets a Primarch back. Now, if GW surprises me, I'll eat my words. Because I do think if you bring Primarchs back, bring them back. Stop. What are you waiting for? Well, you know what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the next quarter. I also suspected, cynically, that while Sanguinius would not come back, because that would be definitely the worst timeline choice, I did suspect we would get the Sanguinor on a 60mm Primarch style base, and he would, for all intents and purposes, just be Sanguinius, right? He would serve that same role, same size model, you could line up all four of them. But I'm happy they didn't. I'm happy they kept him on a 50. And now he's like a companion piece to Dante. That is, I think, the right way to go. So GW gets kudos. Kudos for that one, for having that restraint. Because I think the lamer choice is to basically have him act as Sanguinius. And then it's like, oh, what the Blood Angels, what'd they even lose, you know? Like, what are we even doing? Which would be super lame. Do you still have the Black Rage? Because I feel like Sanguinius is still around. Weird. Weird how that works. Misfit says Korax is stuck permanently in stealth. Yeah, that seems to be the vibe of it. Tramari says, out with the 40k, I dropped off some bionics STLs in the Discord if you or anyone is interested. I know they're not free, but I think the quality is worth the prices. Good looking out, Tramari. Good looking out. I was thinking of doing a little Iron Hands kill team at an earlier stage, but I don't think I will. Seeing through this old chapter, this older project of chapter exemplars, It's kind of scratching my Iron Hands itch. But yeah, good effort on sourcing cool STLs for the community. Oh, I completely forgot about this guy's turret. Little turret. Okay. Yeah, these hard surfaces definitely need the Dawnstone. Little... I'm calling it an Ironfall support turret. I like to imagine that's what he's doing on his little data pad over here, right? He's like, drop it on my location. And then this thing will drop down. These hard surfaces definitely benefit from the edge highlighting. For sure. Just makes those details pop. All that comes to mind at looking at a gun carried like that is the kid bashed into a boombox. Hey, look, Misfit, look. This is no son of Fulgrim, okay? There's a son of Varus, much more integrity over here. Right, not a bunch of goofballs, okay? He's very serious. Takes his job seriously. We got some white here, so let's just put a little dot of white there. It's all out of focus. You guys can't see. Silver's Scratch Built Productions. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? He says, hello there. What you painting there? I'm working on Tau. Ah, for the greater good, eh? I am working on a Iron Hands chapter exemplar for a little narrative event I'm hosting. It's an event. It's a bit more casual, a bit more drop in, drop out, but I think we've been doing some rapid playtesting and prototyping, and it's proven to be rather fun. So the idea is you choose a chapter exemplar, drop into a 4x4, and blast some bugs and accomplish some secondary objectives. And so you're basically using movie Marines to work as a team with your fellow battle brothers. That's the gist of it. Hence why I want each Marine to inspire pride in their chapter. You know what? I should probably just use pure white. Probably just use pure white and let contrast do the work. Misfit says I really need to get my Vespid finished so I can move on to the next unit. Yes, Vespid. Very creepy. You know what? I kind of wish Tau were an alliance onto their own. And then you'd have just Kroot as a faction, Vespid as a faction, and they could all alliance and pair up together. But the lore doesn't really situate that sort of disposition, right? You never really hear the Kroot are acting on their own. It's always Tau incorporating these auxiliary units, right? You don't have entire forces of auxiliary regiments or anything like that. I don't think so. The rules certainly don't, but I'm not sure what's informing which. Shamari says at what the 40K even got you some Iron Hands Company banners. Oh, like I said, good looking out. I won't be making a whole Iron Hands army. Famous last words, right? No, this is just for that little narrative event of exemplars. Of chapter exemplaries. I swear, that's all it is. All the first founding chapters being cool dudes. I'm just going to edge highlight the belt before returning to our armor. I'm just trying to add some random brush variants to add some texture. Add some texture. I think that kind of helps the weathered look of these sorts of materials, right? Kind of like stressed. Like if you're putting down paint, if you're able to, I think it only enhances the look if you're able to add some texture with your brush strokes. Simona says, gotta dip, see you guys later. Hope everything goes well. Cheers, Simona. Same to you as well. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good night. Okay, I will continue. Where did we leave off? The foot. It's a bit thick, but I think we'll be okay because of the pigments that are going to go on the bottom of these legs. If it looks terrible, I will circle back and clean up. But it'd be great if I didn't have to. It'd be great if, whenever you paint, there are no errors. Wouldn't that be something? Chaos Gods don't care which legion a primer came from, they only cared that they came willingly under their thrall. I guess so. Yeah, I guess that seems to be the case. Nurgle made Mortarion suffer in the warp until he surrendered himself and his legion. Yeah, it's super grim. Super grim. Oh man, these cog teeth on the shoulder pad trim is definitely more annoying than I thought it would be. It didn't occur to me that it would triple the amount of edge highlighting. Thankfully, it's just one. I did have the option to get two printed. But I didn't. And that's actually mainly because none of the options had available to me had clan symbols, which is something I did want to, as I said earlier, flex. Chaos are picky, they take whatever pawns they can get. Yeah, well. It definitely seems to be the case. It's kind of a sour deal because they got like most of the broken ones. Which, I mean, from a writing point of view, I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you're not broken, you're less likely to fall to chaos, but... But it shouldn't matter. A chaos, like a demon Primarch should be... You shouldn't be able to win. You really shouldn't, even if the lion has the Emperor's shield. Like, it just doesn't sit well with me. Like 1v1ing. Even Sanguinius in the Horus Heresy, like 1v1ing a Demon Primarch. I don't know. Then what's the point, right? What's the point of being a Demon Primarch? If you still lose to the Loyalist Primarchs. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Right? If the Khan can still just beat Mortarion in a duel. I mean, I guess in Jagatai's case, he was KO'd from the siege after that. So, you know, he fights Mortarion, kind of beats him before his demon upgrade, and then he fights him afterwards, and then he basically has to trade his capacity to contribute anymore in exchange for taking him out. So that's actually not so bad. Typical Chris Wright's story makes more sense than the rest. But yeah, Sanguinius just dummying Angron and then going on. It just doesn't work for me. Now, what do you guys feel about that? I feel like that's just reasonable. I feel like all my opinions are reasonable. Funny how that works. Eric Randberg says, my buddy Daniel is starting Death Guard. Well, Death Guard is a great army to start with. Not only are they super broken right now, but I think they're very hobby friendly. You can be messy, and it works. It works for them. You don't need to paint these like beautiful, pristine kind of guys, right? Like, what would the comparison be? Like Rubric Marines? But even them kind of benefit from being all dusty looking. Maybe Emperor's Children are the ones that would benefit the most from having a pristine aesthetic. It's definitely those two of the big four. Of the more bigger deal trader legions. Which I shudder to say. It breaks my heart. But that's the paradigm GW set up. You have the four big important ones, and the other ones are just kind of like lesser than. They're just kind of like, yeah, you know, Night Lords. They're kind of a big deal. But they're not like these four. Word bearers, yeah, they invented possessed, but they're not that big of a deal as the World Eaters with the 8-bound. An exalted 8-bound. An exalted 8-bound leader. The cringe, it just doesn't stop, guys. It just doesn't stop. It's like I have such terrible bias and disdain. my bias reinforces my disdain for the 8-bound. I was like, why would you take the thing of someone else's and give it to a different faction? This baffles me. Like, let's just have, let's have a Space Wolves release and give them their own biker unit. How cool would that be, right? So that they have the best bikers of all the Space Marines. Like, do they not see that is what they've done with the 8-bound? It's so stupid. And like for World Eaters fans, like I empathize because it's like you work with what you got. And the sculpts aren't, they're a bit over-tuned and not to my preference, but I don't think they're bad sculpts. I just think they should have been, I think I might have said it in the video at the time. I think they should have been arena champions. They should have just been arena champions. Just guys who spent 10,000 years in the, what's their ship called? They're not Vengeful Spirit. Whatever the World Eater ship is, the one with the gladiator pits in there. They spent 10,000 years fighting in the arenas, and it's a Khorne-tainted ship, and they're just drinking in the Khorne atmosphere, and then Khorne makes them embigger. He embiggens them. Khorne embiggens the ones who win in the arena, and that's how you get 8-bound. There, I fixed it. For free. GW can thank me. Oh shit, a piece was in here and it fell out. Now his arm is lacking a connector. Uh-oh. I glued a piece in there, but I used thin plastic glue, and I guess it... How embarrassing. I guess it fell out at some point. So I don't know what to do about that. We're already so far along in the painting process. So it's a bit odd. Misfit says, give the Space Wolves hog-style bikers. God, like the Chaos Space Marine bikes. Or not Chaos Space Marine. Oh yeah, the Chaos Space... no, I'm thinking of the Orc bikes. That's what I'm thinking of. The Orc war bikes. Eric Brandenburg says, I feel like Sanguinius was second best at everything. Yeah, he's always well, him and Horus are always like revered by their other brothers as being like so good. And I think Fulgrim isn't, but he's pretty good though, but I think that's what gives him his complex, if I recall correctly. But yeah, Sanguinius is super good. I just don't like him dummying Angron. To then go on and fight on the Vengeful Spirit. And Magnus is like even worse. Magnus should never lose, like ever, unless you have some sort of dome that you can place on top of him, so that once he's inside, his magic doesn't work, and then he can lose, right? Like you're dealing with a wizard. And now it's like a supremely powerful wizard before he was a demon Primarch, and now he's a demon Primarch, so you would assume he's even more powerful. Right? A demon Primarch of the Chaos God of wizardry and trickery and all that stuff. Why would... I think the fair take he would be stronger for that, you know, demonhood. And yet, when he fights Vulcan, he's like, you know what? We're doing this old school. I'm gonna fight Vulcan hand to hand. It makes good sense, right? Why would you use your wizardry? Now, I'll concede, guys, that I didn't actually read that book, and this information was relayed to me secondhand. But, so my point is, you guys can correct if I'm misinforming, okay? I don't think Vulcan should, or I don't think Magnus should ever be rolling up his sleeves to fight hand to hand. So stupid. See, and that's what annoys me about the Horus Heresy, is Primarchs making choices that baffle the mind. Like, why would you choose to do that? Is it because the writer needs you to do something? Is that why? Is that why you're making these terrible decisions? And I can't help but come to the conclusion that yes, it is precisely that. Well, the good news is, while I've been ranting and raving about my grievances, airing my grievances, we've made some good progress on this Son of Ferris. It's looking pretty cool. Doesn't have the wow factor of our Blood Angel, though. It's red. I blame the color. This red just, it draws the eye, right? You're like, well. Brandenburg says drop Blackstone obelisks from orbit. Yeah, you know, like a null field that's mobile that you could deploy through the expenditure of great resources, right? So that you could even the playing field. I think that's how you always have to deal with Demon Primarchs. Or if you can't do that, you'll have to have, through teamwork, we can defeat the unstoppable force, right? It can't be just Lion beating Angron. Like, yeah, hey man, How's it going? I'm just gonna 1v1 you, even though you're like 300 weight classes bigger than me. Well, let's say 3. Enough of a weight class bigger where it shouldn't. Yeah, I know he's like the best duelist, right? And he slays monsters, and that's like his thing. But have him do that with a unnamed bloodthirster. A bloodthirster that spent a novel being an absolute villain, right? But you don't do that with the big daddy of an opposing fan base. It just seems like poor writing choice to me. The writing is poor. Sometimes. We'll see. We'll see what happens with Roos. Lehman Roos. The Sons of Roos. You know, ever since I heard that being... ever since I've heard Lehman Russ being pronounced that way in the Battlefleet Gothic game, I can never let it go. The Sons of Roos. Like it's canon now. That's how you say it. What do you guys think the odds are of Lehman Russ coming back at the end of the edition? Okay, we're nearly done the edge highlighting. Nearly. He's got a little bit of chest. His chest plate. His chest plate and his tummy plate. They both need edge highlighting. Oh, a little bit of belt action. Okay, are there any missed spats? Display pad. Display pad needs some edges. Oh god. I think the confidence got the best of me. I was feeling good. I was feeling like, oh, I can do this so fast. And then, oops. Misfits sisters get their drop cathedrals. Mate. I mean, I guess a Sisters of Battle drop cathedral could, in theory, be dropped into a battlefield and nullify the warp, change its flow, maybe soothe it a little bit. Right? Calm the... It would exude a calming presence as like a bastion of faith, right? That makes sense to me. Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor says, boo! Hello to you. No one upset the Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor. It's not recommended. Not recommended. Yeah, a drop cathedral would be neat. But I feel like 40k doesn't know what to do with terrain, or fortifications rather, and so it's less likely to be a thing. I think Space Marines got the Hammerfall bunker more out of obligation to give them more Primaris things, because I don't think we've been getting factions per release. You're kind of getting that in ninth edition, like with the Necron obelisks, or whatever they're called. The somethings of Dominion. The turbulence of Dominion, I believe. The turbulence of Dominion is definitely not what it's called. Definitely not. It's called the... I don't know. You guys know. One of you guys know, that's for sure. Okay, so I think we've hit all the main areas for edge highlighting, right? Maybe like wrists. Gotta do your wrists. Little computer, little wrist computer's done. I don't do edge highlight on metal. That's a rule. That's a rule of mine. It's just my belief. I believe you don't have to edge highlight metal, and so I don't do it. Okay. I think it is... how are the eye lenses? Adequate? Could we bump those up? Maybe. Maybe. Will I live to regret this? We'll see. We will see. Oh boy. Is it ruined? I think we can live with it. Oh, we do gotta do his face grill, though. Can't believe I forgot about his face. Okay, so get a bit more Dawnstone going. And yeah, we need to do his eyebrow ridge. Oh, jeez. Basically cleared the playlist. How the time flies. There we go. Oh, I never painted his ear cap either. I don't know if you really see it, if it's necessary. Oh, you do. You do see it. You do see his little ear cap. Well, it's something that we'll have to get done at some point. Will it be this stream? I don't know. Just gotta give the mouth mask a little bit of definition. Well, I guess he's sparking enough joy. I guess he is. It's tough. I'm generally a big fan of vibrant color schemes, so it does bias my painting preferences, typically, of projects I take on, but... I just don't know if I'm searching for something I shouldn't be in the evaluation of what has been done. Whoops. Okay, I'll do a little bit of highlighting on the skull just to help it read. Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor says, I believe edge highlighting is evil. Therefore, never do it. It is a very common belief that you have there, Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor. A lot of people seem to think edge highlighting is evil. However, it is not true. It is a misconception. A dangerous one, might I add. Okay, we're going to edge highlight his turret, which should be pretty quick. So, little turret here. Ooh, getting a little sloppy with the edge highlighting. I don't mind it for this accessory piece, though. Oh, God. Okay. No, he saved it. Not to worry, guys. Not to alarm you. Not to alarm you. I just thought I ruined it. There we go. This is what you want. These nice, crisp corners. Yes. Yes, just like that. There's something to the white weapon casings of the Iron Hands, I tell ya. Like, you think Dark Angels are cool with red? That's got nothing on the white weapon casings. I mean, I do miss the Ultramarines having their red ones, though. I think the way GW paints them, it would look good with the red casings. Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor says, I rather enjoy red weapon cases. My current homebrew Space Marine chapter has them. Very nice. See, that's a good opportunity, right? Your custom homebrew chapters to deviate from the usual, the typical, just black weapon casings. Boring, like I'm not into it. Now, sometimes black weapon casings may be the right choice because of your color scheme, so I will concede that point. But even if you do an off black, it's going to look better. Like a dark blue. I think that'll always look better. Eric Brandenburg says, what the 40K, so do you think bolters are even more sacred to the Iron Hands? Not personally. I don't believe they would be extra special. I haven't come across anything that would suggest bolters would be especially noteworthy the way flamers and meltas would be for, like, salamanders, right? I gave this guy a bolt gun specifically, or a heavy bolter rather, specifically because of the narrative scenario he'll be in. I didn't want to give him something crazy explosive. Like a heavy bolter is kind of like a humble heavy weapon compared to something like a las cannon. Even a plasma cannon is it's a very exotic weapon, right? But a heavy bolter is like, oh, it's like a regular bolter, but just punchier. So the bolter felt like the right choice, right? I do think this is more headcanon, but I like the idea of Iron Hands, pun intended, gravitating towards grav weapons. Because I think they're exotic looking enough. They are Martian Dark Age tech. They're more common in the AdMech, with whom the Iron Hands are tight with. And I think the green accents do something for the Iron Hands' rather dark, low color aesthetic. Right? Similar to how Plasma pops against the Dark Angel's color scheme. Though, if you did base your Iron Hands on Martian bases, then all the more so with the green grab accents. The problem is there's no Primaris grab units, so you just have to kind of rule of cool it. Right? Make a squad of grav guns and call them Hellblasters. Squad of grav cannons, call them Eradicators. I think that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Let's grab some Talisar. Or is it Talisar? Good old reliable Talisar contrast. And we're going to put it over those buttons to give them that easy glow effect. You're just going to put it all over. All over. Kind of like a messy application. And we'll just use the excess on this side. And once that dries, we'll brighten it up. And they'll look like cool little glowing nodes, which will add a bit more visual interest to the weapons. It just gives it a bit more of a sci-fi look, which I like. I mean, I said we can wait till it dries, but why not? Why not do some wet work? Some Robloxian gamer, I am back from my walk. Nice! Getting some physical activity. That's very important. I support that. Get those steps in. Okay, is this guy done? Decals aside? I think it's decal time. Someone's gonna have to keep track of the time though, because I do not want the microcell to just destroy this. Because I only got one decal. I'm not trying to add drama. I'm not trying to create a drama stream here. But we only have one. And so it must be perfect. I feel like I've set myself up for success, okay? Because we got a shoulder pad with some center-mounted detailing, right? So that'll serve as our guide point. So if it goes on, there's no reason why it shouldn't be able to be easily placed center. This is clan... What clan is this? Clan... it's too blurry. My cheat sheet, or my heraldry guide here, is too low res. It is Clan Raucan. Well, that's what he'll be. And we'll use a little bottle cap over here for our microcell. I'm gonna try and dilute the microsol because I'm just nervous to ruin this decal because I've definitely ruined some in the past. They just cook in there for too long and it just melts in on itself, and you're like, well, that's a wrap on that one. Is it alive yet? No. It needs some time. What is chat saying? What's Warhammer community saying? I guess I should have said their machine spirit of their weapons. Oh, I see what you're saying, Eric Brandenburg. Yes. So, I would think the Iron Hands would be big into machine spirits, naturally, right? Because they're big into machines. Yeah. They would... I'm not sure how you would go about best representing that. Like, in my imaginary Iron Hands army, you'd have lots of augmetics and lots of servo skulls. Maybe you do servo skulls or servo arms on sergeants. I'm not really sure. Maybe you do servo skulls for shooty sergeants, servo arms for melee sergeants. That could be a cool distinction. Or you make a distinction for that on characters. I don't know. There's enough thematically for the Iron Hands to make them very rich. I just think their themes aren't as loud as the other chapters, right? You know, they're not hamming it up like a Space Wolf, like memeing for us and the Allfather as they charge every single time, right? The Iron Hands are a bit more background, a bit more understated. Which is not a bad thing. I just think it tends to make them less popular. You have to kind of dig. You have to kind of do a little bit of seeking and searching for what's going on with them thematically. In the Warhammer community, we have just Horus Heresy faction focuses, which does not interest me. Pretty slow week on the Warhammer community. Okay, well, this is alive. Well, clan symbol is alive, so we're gonna put that in here, and I want to actually get a lot of water in there too. Because like I said, the microsol is... It can be too strong. It can be too good. So I'm going to try diluting the mixture. Too much water, but it'll be easier to pull water out. I need a bigger brush for this though. There, that's about what I want. And here we go. Microsol. I feel like it's a necessity for shoulder pad decals. The shoulder pads are just so awkward. Okay, so we're gonna, oh god. There, we're gonna put that in there. Let that cook for like a minute. Just a minute. We can brush some more on too. I want to try leaving it in there to cook a little bit because I've had bad experiences with microsol applying it insufficient amount before applying it to the surface, and then I start applying microsol over top after it's on the shoulder pad, and then it starts to eat into the paint of the shoulder pad, and then it's then you gotta go back in and clean up your paint job. It's kind of annoying. Friendly Emperor Inquisitor says, Raucan, pretty sure that's the clan in the Wrath of Iron. Nice. That makes sense. Typically, GW novels, or Black Library novels, will be featuring the companies of prominence, let's say. Right, Raucan is the one you see on the upgrade sprue. It is Forge Father Feros a third company? Iron Father? Let's do a little bit of Google foo. Current Master of the Forge. No, so he's outside of the company structure, or the clan structure for the Iron Hands. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Is this soft? Is it? And we want these hexes pointing up like this. It's like a perfectly round symbol. What a pain this would be without Microsol. Okay. I think that's about center by the looks of it. But it seems we're needing it. We need a bit more Microsol. We're gonna procedurally increase the potency. Joshua Bacon, welcome to the stream. We're thick in the weeds here. Towards the end of our Iron Hand Space Marine. I said I might do some edge highlighting on this Blood Angels, but I don't know if you guys are vibing with that, or if we want to ramp up the stream. If the energy is depleted. Mine and yours. Right, because he needs some edge highlighting. He doesn't look as good. He's lacking the definition compared to his bros. Okay. Okay. Considerably more folding going on. We're gonna add a bit more. I'm sorry for the doubling back, everybody, but I don't want to ruin this decal. I only have one. The one to roll them all. Chaos Goblin, welcome to the stream. Just joined. Those are looking clean. Ah, the Space Marines there. Yep, they're a pretty cool squad. Just a bunch of cool guys hanging out in their cool party mansion. Yeah, and soon this Iron Hands Battle Bro will join him. This Devastator. Or just a heavy support guy. I did give him a battle line marking, so he's not a Devastator. He's probably just a heavy. More classic, you know? There's something about the... There's not something about it. I think it's safe to say that in creating an over-specialization of Space Marine units for each and every single weapon type, it makes them feel less tactically flexible. It's like over-specializing, and now they don't feel as universally capable in what they're able to do, right? Because if a tactical squad is at the top because they're able to do all roles, you've kind of lost that, and in turn, sort of deep emphasized the power fantasy there. Like you've weakened it. It's a bit of a word salad. I think what I'm communicating is coming across. I think you guys get it, right? Okay, so using the body of the brush, can I begin to press? I'm getting nervous here. Getting rather nervous with this decal. We're just gonna have to massage it. Massage it with layers of microsol. I wonder if I probably should have put a layer of varnish on first. Yeah, that's an oopsie daisy. Because that would certainly reduce the damage the microsol would do to the paint job. It is only a flat coat. There's nothing fancy there, but damage is damage. Oh god. Don't even know my own strength. Is this... Oh, it is off center. Oh boy. I can't believe I've done this. Can we fix it? Can I fix it? I won't, don't worry. I won't put the blame to you guys. This is my responsibility. Okay, so if this is center, what do you guys agree? This center point, this little port, and these ridges, right? That's center. Are we center? We have a center cog tooth we can use. Oh, it's a bit too high. Yeah, so this decal has now been softened by the microsol. I can definitely tell. I'm sure you guys can see it as well. Okay, so this cog to that cog, that feels fairly center to me. What are you guys saying? I think you'll probably agree. Chaos Goblin says, have you ever painted a angry marine? The yellow ones? I have not, mostly because I despise the deep means of 40k. So not really into the angry marines, right? I like the angry marines that are just chapters which are angry, right? Flesh Terrors, Black Templars. They're angry enough, I think. I'm a man of culture, you see. And I only have excellent taste, so I don't really like the angry marines. It's a weird thing, though. I can appreciate, like, look, I'm big into theme, and theme does overlap into meme, so They just might be Angry Marines in particular, or just not something I vibe with. I guess it's because, now that we're thinking about it, I think the Angry Marines kind of break the immersion. Like, I can't really wrap my head around it from a believability point of view. Like, I just doesn't, it feels too fan fiction-y, right? Like, I'm a big supporter of the idea, like, yeah, it's your hobby, you can do whatever you want, your hobby, your dudes, all that kind of stuff. But that, what comes with that is people being able to like or dislike that, whatever you create, right? And so I am a big encourager in my local community of people, being creative, doing their own thing with the lore, because that's what the creative space is for on the tabletop. But to do it, to aim for tastefulness, I think that's the key. And Angry Marines don't come across as a tasteful homebrew to me. I think it's a meme that kind of ran away with it, and then became popular because Warhammer is edgy, and there's edgy boys who like Warhammer, and it was shared around. Is this still not softened? No, it is. So I'm just like damaging this old synthetic brush doing this, but I find the base of the bristles is like the perfect amount of pressure that can sweep across and like squeegee it on there. Squeegee. That's a funny word. We're not getting any tearing, which is good, because that can happen when you over soften. Trying to get all the wrinkles out. Those wrinkles that come from the deformation. Chaos Goblin says, looks good to me. I think I like them for the same reason I like orcs. It's just silly. I can appreciate that, Chaos Goblin. Yeah, if it's... Yeah, it's like that's a different strokes thing. If it's just about having fun times on the tabletop, and I think there's certainly a place for that. I'm not trying to make that sound like I disapprove. At the end of the day, we play games to have fun, right? So if that's how fun skews for you, and many others, I'll add, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, okay. Yes, I maintain my position. Yeah, okay. It's one of those conversation points where I'm like, does this new perspective that I've encountered, how will that factor into my position on this particular matter? Look, I think, so I'll look super close up at this. I think it's smooth as eggs, guys. Smooth as eggs. This decal is as smooth as eggs. just going to use my thumb here to apply a bit harder pressure, rolling over the decal. I don't think it'll ruin anything, so we'll see if those are famous last words or not. Okay, I think we're all right. So I'm going to put a layer of lamine medium over all of it, and that should keep it locked in. I usually don't, but for this one I will, because these will be handled quite a bit. Eric Brandenburg says, I want the 40K likely doesn't like Space King by King Space King by Flash Gits either. Probably not. Wait, I'll be honest with you, Eric, or chat. I'll level with you guys since we're in the after hours here, right? I'll be totally transparent. I don't know what Flash Gits is. I think it's some sort of content creator. They make videos, I think. I don't know. Not my sphere. Like, broadly, I don't watch too much 40K content from content creators. I watch Winter's SEO battle reports because I think they're important and they warm my heart, but I don't do much more than that. So I like to ensure what's influencing my opinions are my own, as much as I can help it. I suppose recently I've been watching more of Outer Circle and Northern Exile because of that podcast we're doing. So I want to, see what they're engaging in. Keep a toe in their pools, right? But AMAC is more 30K anyways, so less of an overlap. Okay, so I think this Brother of Iron is done. Except for his elbow. I can't believe that piece fell out of there. I don't know what to do about it. Like, what can go in there, guys? Because it does feel like it's missing, right? You can't really tell because of black on black armor scheme. So maybe I can get away with it. Yeah, look at this angle. Yeah, it feels like his elbow's missing something. So I gotta put something in that spot. I could just ball up some green stuff. And then paint it metal. This is a generic metal shape. Is there any bits of debris lying around on my paint desk or my hobby desk that I can apply here? Not really. These Stormcast, yeah, wedge, no, it won't work. I'll have to sort something out. Eric Brandenburg says King. Yeah, Space King. Makes sense. Chaos Goblin says, do you have a faction of Chaos that you don't like from a lore perspective? Interesting. I don't like from a lore perspective. I like most factions in 40K. That's the challenge that I don't like. Like I think all the factions in Chaos have an inherently strong theme underlining them, right? And any grievances I usually have with, for example, how Magnus may act in a certain novel or campaign series. That's just an execution problem, in my point of view, right? The Thousand Suns themes aren't bad, right? Like Space Wolves get a lot of shit thrown at them because they have bad books. and they do cringe things in some of those books. But it's an execution problem. The underlining theme of the Space Wolves is awesome, right? It's like space crusading Vikings, right? With like Space Marines with Norse culture. That's cool. For Chaos though, hmm, not really. Sorry to give you like I don't have a good answer for you. I don't have a tasty bit of like a spicy take for you, unfortunately. Right? All the Traitor Legions I like. Vashtor. I don't like Vashtor. He's not a faction, right? But I don't like Vashtor. And unfortunately, I don't like him because I feel like he should be his own faction. I don't feel like he should be like the Chaos Space Marines Codex feels more and more like an island of misfits. Like I feel like they should have a Renegades and Heretics Codex for all that shit. The same way they have Imperial Agents and have Chaos Space Marines be Chaos Space Marines be Chaos Space Marines. That's the closest thing to an answer I can give you. Alpha Legion swings between MacGuffin and Red Herring. Yeah, I think Alpha Legion memery does annoy me. But again, I think it's a byproduct of... it's not the underlying themes of the Alpha Legion that are bad. I think it's players that take it maybe a step too far, let's say, and particular books. It's an execution problem. I don't think the themes of how GW has laid the landscape of factions is bad. Like, I like 40k, right? But because of that. I just... particular writing choices in particular books leave me sad. Okay, so... oh, we're all out of white. I just want to whiten up those weapon nodes. A final pass. Jeez, I'm like, oh, just gotta whiten this up a little bit. I just paint the same blue. Let's try this. Okay, better. Definitely better. Alright, there's our Clan Raucan Ironhand. Ready to stand amongst his brothers. Well, cousins, I guess. I don't have a group of Ironhands. We have a band of exemplars. Which, I'll be honest, sparks more joy for me. Gives me Aspect Warrior vibes. How's the stream going? How's the stream going? 9 concurrent viewers. Oh, so I'm flattered. I'm flattered. There's 9 viewers so deep into the stream. What do you got? What's chat vibing with? Should we keep going, or is everyone tuckered out? Keep going tuckered out. I could do some edge highlighting on that Blood Angel because he's kind of sad. No edge highlighting. Alright, so this guy can go back in there with them. He joins the crew, looking sharp. Nearly there. Nearly there. We'll probably do Salamander for Stream 100. That seems like a thing. Chaos Goblin says, some of the lore has been difficult for me, frankly, because like Corn, it feels like just about everything in the entire universe of 40k universe is feeding Corn. I know that's kind of the point. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. So Corn should be the strongest, because, you know, violence is everywhere. I don't know if pure violence would serve Corn. I think murderous intent and violence for the sake of violence would serve Corn. And even then, I think the rules of the universe would state that would only be violence that is done by warp fuelable entities, right? Like beings with souls that could resonate with the warp, right? Like I don't think a wolf eating a deer or whatever is going to please Corn, right? Well, or a wolf killing a deer, rather. Spilling blood. Eric Brandenburg says, yeah, Blood Angel. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll continue a little bit. We'll go a little bit longer. Like 30 minutes or so. I'm going to take Pure Red and we're going to mix with Flayed One Flesh to kind of get a pink. I think pink is the way to go for edge highlighting a Blood Angel. I don't think you want orange. Maybe I'll double check real quick just so I don't live to regret this. Blood Angels. GW's Blood Angels. How do they edge highlight them? So here is a decent reference image. That to me actually does look more orange, right? Like if we enhance, it does feel more orange. Now, granted, I didn't really use orange in my layering of armor tones, but I don't think that is a reason not to edge highlight with orange. Oh shit, is the shoulder pad supposed to be a gemstone? Like the chapter badge, I mean? Or is that just captain things? Is that just captain things? No, it looks like... Yeah, look at this. Look, let's enhance. Oh, thank you, Reddit. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to enhance. Jesus. We'll zoom like this, and I guess that's how we can get a little bit closer. Oh God. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's black. Cool. Cool. Okay, so we'll use Wild Rider. It's a nice red. It's a nice looking red. It's kind of orange-ish. It's on its way. Nelson Cruz also is down for the Blood Angel time. All right, Blood Angels it is. Looking at Friday night paint party. Here we go. So where do we start on this guy? So I've done nicer layering on him, so he's gonna look really good. I basically painted him like I would a Firekeeper. And so once you have the highlights, he's just gonna be like blammo. It's gonna look good. Right? Like look at this. Look at this. This is just popping. Just pop it. Oh, he already has edge highlighting on the belt straps by the looks of it, so that's nice. We're just doing armor. Oh god. Okay. We're okay. How suck that is all. You see? People, look, I think there's cool features to Tau. I think there's cool things you can do with them. But they are the young, naive race, so they're going to catch some slack. They know not the true workings of the universe. Eric Brandberger says, have Tau ever encountered the sons of St. Radius and Lore? Have they? I would say yes. But have we gotten a depiction of it? Or am I mistaken with that kind of framing? Is it the case that some Space Marine chapters, for instance, have just never encountered Tyranids because of maybe perhaps where they're positioned in the galaxy? Galaxies are huge. Yeah, you know what? That probably is incorrect. It is possible that they are none the wiser to certain issues, right? Because it's really just Gilliman who's like going all over the place, visiting everybody. Everyone else is kind of locked to their particular sectors, right? Galaxies are pretty big, or so I'm led to believe, so yeah, probably not. Okay, look, I didn't really paint the belt buckle correctly, but we can kind of suggest those edges. Do a little bit of remedying. Remedying? Fixing. A little bit of fixing. DS is super cringe. Sorry, DS says super cringe. Excuse me. I did not mean to imply. Welcome to the stream, DS. You believe the Tau are super cringe? Yeah, I think they're supposed to be a little cringe. Because, again, they are naive newbies, right? Who are shooting. No glorious melee for them. So yeah, they're supposed to be a little cringe. But I think the suits have a poor aesthetic in places. Unfortunately. I do like the XV9 hazard suits over the crisis suits. Crisis suits look a little stupid, if I'm being honest. Look a little derpy. This backpack's making it a bit tricky. Eric Brandberg says Black Templars are all over the place. Yes, so fleet-based chapters, yeah, to your point, Eric, fleet-based chapters would have more justification to encounter any and all enemies. People who are more locally locked would be reasonably, you'd only find what you only encounter what would locally be threatening that sector. But warp shenanigans are a thing, and so I think it's you can justify it if you really wanted to have a story. Right, you can get around it. Right, in the Wolf Time novel, terrible novel, by the way, terrible, absolutely terrible. I made a video on it. But in that novel, literally I think it is the Great Rift that's just swallowing the Orc-Wa, and you don't know where they're going to spill out. And I think they make that implication clear, or that consequence clear. And so, yeah, I'm sure you could do that with many factions, right? Kind of funny that way for 40k. Oh, you need something to happen? Oh, the warp. The warp will get us there. I mean, it's literally what's used in 30k to keep Gilliman from getting to Terra, right? Warp Storm. What am I looking at? What is... Oh, that's one of these little squares. These tiny little squares that are on the armor. Must be some kind of port cover. Chaos Goblin asks, what's your opinion on the Saturnine Terminator armor? I don't particularly like the look. I've never been, like, a huge fan of Saturnine Terminator armor in the past. It does feel a little nostalgia baity to me. That's my cynical lens, right? Looking at Horus Heresy. The same way 2nd edition Horus Heresy really seemed to dangle the keys of nostalgia with the Beaky Marines being front and center. Everyone remembers Beakies, right? All we've seen is Mark X Primaris armor for the longest time. And now Beakies are back in Horus Heresy, right? It felt a bit kind of intentionally like alluring to me from a marketing point of view. And the Saturnine armor is hitting a similar note. It's purely a gut intuition, right? I don't have any insight knowledge. Because like with B-keys, like, yeah, sure, it's an older mark of armor, but like, why would they not have added, if you're going to add a new armor mark, why not have added an older one, not a newer one, from the standard of Horus Heresy 1 of 3 and 5? Or sorry, 3 and 4, right? Like, why go newer? And if you are going to go newer, why would you skip Mark V armor, which is literally called Heresy armor? And I'm biased for it because I like it more. Also, I think Heresy armor looks amazing. It's such a good armor mark. But they went with Beakies, and I think it's because old 40k fans have nostalgia for Beakies. And I think there's similar nostalgia for Saturnine armor, but probably less. Again, pure gut intuition. I think that Dreadnought's stupid, personally. I and this is like being for this is informed by being bad touched by 40k rules management, right? But when I see a Dreadnought that's being introduced and it's new and it overlaps in what it does, right? It's a shooty Dreadnought. You already have Derridios, you already have Leviathans, you already have box Dreadnoughts, you already have Contemptors that can be loaded for shooting. You have so many other Dreadnought walkers that are, you know, geared for shooting. So I don't know if it'll be a bad touch rules handling situation with this where you're just going to have other choices be made worse so that this can be what's desirable, this new Saturnine Dreadnought. Again, I don't know if rules have been leaked or if that's confirmed false, or maybe the game mechanics are such that there's room for everything. I don't know. I'm actually just going to wait for Maka of the Outer Circle. I'll ask him once everything's made available. Like, this game's not out yet, right? Yeah, that's my thoughts on the Saturnine stuff. I do think they make for better versions of Centurion Devastators and Centurion Assault Squads. I do think that. Because while I don't like the look of Saturnine Terminators, I especially don't like the look of Centurion Devastators. So that's pretty cool, right? Especially if you're, if you like to play Alpha Legion, but you want to be pure and clean, not chaos tainted. You want to be the half of Alpha Legion that maybe didn't go into demon side of things. If that's your headcanon, I think they make for good obliterators. Actually, really good obliterators for that, because they probably are the right size. And they teleport, shoot, whatever, blast. So you just rule of cool it, count as obliterators. I think it's great for that. I just don't know if, again, now your other versions of Terminators will feel inferior. It's a 3-man unit versus 5-man unit, so it's probably not a straight comparable, the way the Dreadnoughts are more comparable, I would imagine. Eric Brandenburg says, I feel like most chapters have encountered Eldar of various flavors, because Webway Gates, I feel like orcs are all over the galaxy, but I don't know if Tyranids are ubiquitous. Different hive fleets attack from different sides. That's a thing. Different edges of the galaxy. But it's, the rules of it all would be that if you're more towards the center of the galaxy, you're less likely to find Tyranids. There is the odd, Space Hulk drifting through that has Gene Stealers in it. That's a thing. As for wholesale hive fleets, I would think if you're towards the center of the galaxy, you're not familiar. But you're totally right about Eldar. Craft worlds are made to move, right? And orcs are all over the place, and they've gone to Terra before, so there's spores. Spores are out there lurking around, popping up armies of green fungi men. Where do we leave off here on our edge highlighting? Okay, we got some feet to do. Gotta do your feet. Alright, we're gonna wrap up in about 10 minutes or so, guys. 10 minutes or so. I'm feeling rather hungry. I need sustenance. All this paint effort. Yeah, I'm not into eating on stream. I think that's lame. I don't like when other people do it. I don't prefer it. Maybe snacks are okay. I think I must eat something. Some real food, not snacks. Oh, that's a thick edge highlight. Oh, jeez. Got a favorite snack, 40K? What, the 40K? Oh, boy, I have a curse of snacks. I am cursed to enjoy sweet things. Favorite snack? There's so many options is the problem. Tramari. Joshua Bacon says, I plan on porting it over full stop. Oh, so Saturnine Obliterators for 40k, or Iron Warriors, or Centurions for 40k Iron Hands. Yep, I think they work for either. For your non-demon infused Alpha Legion Obliterators, looks great. For Iron Hands, who are... The Iron Hands and Dark Angels are probably the most likely to have old tech. Probably. Maybe the Salamanders as well, but... Yeah. Very cool. Favorite snack, though, is... to answer your question, Tamari. Like... The basic answer... is, cookies are delicious. Cookies and coffee, man, I tell you. It's simple pleasures in life. But... if you can get, like, a bakery cookie that's fresh with some coffee, not too fresh from the oven because that's too soft. You want a little bit of texture. Yeah, cookies and coffee are win, I think. But I'm a fan of the savories as well. I like a good pretzel. Generally for snacks, I think of small food you put in a bowl and like munch on, but I think a pretzel still counts, even though it's pretty big. What kind of cookies are delicious? They're not, well, I was going to say they're not good for you, but no snacks are good for you. Tim Tams are pretty fucking banger. Pretty banging. I don't know how they scale the relative health factor, but I think my gut intuition is when I eat a Tim Tam, I feel like I can tell how not healthy it is, even compared to something tame or more ubiquitous. I'm like, this Tim Tam, I feel like it's probably poison. Delicious poison. I got a fairly decent looking edge highlighting job on the lower body. So that's where this Angel of Blood is sitting. Yep, right about here. Crap. I've nicked the Aquila. Thought I could shortcut it, but I should have known. Joshua Bacon, I wanted food, but I settled for PB and J. Dude, it's a classic. It's a classic filler. It definitely feels like, look, let's be real. Feels like more like a dessert, right? PB and J. It's very close. Like if you took peanut butter and jelly and pressed it into like a toaster strudel, it'd basically be a dessert. If you had like a sealed bread, like a little hot pocket, but PB&J be like delicious dessert, a delicacy, if you will. Now I want to eat that. I mean, this edge highlight could be sharper, like more vibrant, I mean, in terms of colors used. But I think it's adequate compared to the relative standard we're going with. What time are we at? Okay, we're gonna wrap up soon. We'll just do up this shoulder pad, and that will be that. Alright, looking sharper with edge highlighting. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought models are made better by edge highlighting? Joshua Bacon's local fireworks are starting. My cancel. Oh yeah, it is. It is Freedom Friday. And happy Independence Day. It's only a day though. Never mind. Disregard. Disregard. Okay, got vent ports. What can I do real quick to maximize his his wow factor. I should have actually started with this, because these are the player-facing details. Alright, these upper-facing panels of the jetpack. You guys can't see that. Yeah, that looks better. Looks better in person, trust me. Shamari, you need to go. Thanks for stopping by. We're just about wrapping up here anyways, funnily enough. But right back at you. You have a good evening. I feel like this is fitting outro music. Anyways, started with an Iron Hands, finishing with the Blood Angels. Yeah, there's our Iron Hand guy for our outro. He's looking pretty tight. Looking much more in line with his fellow battle brethren, or battle cousins, whatever you want to call it. They're all bros in this squad anyways. If you made it to the end of the stream, well, thanks for tuning in. This was a long one. You are a real hobby hero. Thanks to everyone who shared in the hobby camaraderie. And a special thanks again to... Uh-oh, where is it? Oh, where's my super chat readout? It's gone. How annoying. Okay, yeah. Special thanks to Nathaniel Walker for the generous super chat. Much appreciated. And with that, I'll catch you guys.